book, the bottle, the crayon, and the boot. Go.
I think that's the ball. Got it. Yeah, bottle was that hard one, but now I remember which alley to go down. Perfect. Crayon. Boot. Don't want that. There it is. Okay, now I need the boot. Oh, I just saw the boot, but how did I? Got it. I'm done. I'm coming back. Got him.
Nice.
All right. So then the next four?
The pump, the pillow, the basketball, and the cat.
All right.
Nice
Excellent.
job.
Okay, so that was really fun, but I can't be the only subject.
No.
This experiment could use a control. How else will we know that me enriching my life with daily video game playing really causes a change in my spatial memory, right? Well, luckily for that, we've got a nice matched control. Guys similar to me. Okay, one of them has too much hair, but you guys look good. You ready?
Ready.
In this experiment, it was important to have a control group. My lookalikes had to go through the exact same tests that I did to establish their individual baselines. The difference would be that they would play absolutely no video games for the next 10 days. Then, any change in my performance would be compared against any changes in theirs. Next, I began my gaming regimen, starting from an ideal baseline since I hadn't played video games in years. Would 10 days of gaming really make a difference?
Now, Daniel, on YouTube, I'm known as a pro gamer, right? Every day, I'm like, Zelda, you know what I mean? You get it. Anywho, I think a lot of people might be wondering what video game was Michael playing during this test? Well, we couldn't tell you during the episode because the makers of the game didn't give us permission to ever mention or show any footage from the game. So we had to replace my screen with like generic stock footage, I don't know, outer space looking stuff, which was very annoying because a lot of commenters are like, that's not a game. Here's the secret. I'll tell you now. I played League of Legends. And Daniel, let me tell you, I was terrible, and people made that very clear to me. I've never been bullied so much in my life.
By people online?
By people online, because I would join a game, right? And I'd play, and I'm still kind of learning how the game works. And then when it was over, people could like comment, and they'd be like, I hate you, and like, I'm gonna flag you for being so bad.
Yeah. I mean, the point here wasn't really to get good at the game so much as it was to explore three-dimensional space for a while.
Exactly. I did not get good at the game, but I did explore 3D spaces I normally wasn't exploring.
Right, because the game involves a lot of strategy, I'm assuming. I haven't played League of Legends, so I don't know.
Well, luckily I'm a pro gamer, so let me just tell you.
As established.
As a pro gamer, I would probably say, you know, League of Legends is basically like Mario meets checkers. And I didn't get better at the game, but by playing it every day, I really was investigating like 3D spaces in a new way every day.
Which is what matters.
Which is what matters for this test.
Right, I mean, I guess if they were testing something like visual working memory, for example, then maybe your performance would matter because it's your ability to, you know, hold various things in the map in your head at once, or your attention, for example, but all they really cared about was your ability to learn a new space.
Exactly. So let's get back to the episode and explore some new spaces ourselves for many of you out there, because some of this footage is from my house where I used to live. And you'll get to see my kitties, Corn and Pickle. All right, here we go. Technology isn't just affecting the way we remember things. It's also playing with the empathy and social circuits of our brains. In fact, in many cases, we are more comfortable relating to machines than we are to people. Just think about how much we care about our phones. Roboticist and MIT Media Lab alum Alex Rebin invented the Blab Droid, a miniature robot equipped with a camera and an innocent little voice that asked very personal questions of unsuspecting pedestrians.
If you could take back one mistake, what would it be?
Oh gosh, I only get to take back one? the majority of people instantly shared intimate details.
Tell me something that you've never told a stranger before.
I'm scared I won't be able to love and to let myself go in a love relationship.
In many ways, we are more comfortable talking to a machine than a human.
But what about talking through a machine? I mean, it's often easier to say difficult things to a person via text instead of in real life, isn't it? Well, what if the person on the other end wasn't a friend or a significant other, but was a therapist? A mental health care startup called Talkspace allows adult users who pay a weekly fee to text therapists for advice.
At Talkspace, we believe that therapy should be anonymous, stigma-free, simple, affordable, and comfortable.
Texting can give users the distance they need to be open and honest, and messages can be sent when the user wants, not during an appointment or business hours only.
Talkspace, therapy for how we live today.
How am I? Better now that my phone is working.
Sometimes, however, we aren't looking for technology to comfort us. We're finding ourselves wanting to comfort technology. This is a Robotis OP2. Cute little fella, isn't he? So how did that make you feel? Bad? Well, why? Robots are just machines, metal and wires and computer chips, but we spend a lot of time with technology. We depend on technology and we care about it. But the degree to which we empathize with it depends on context.
Recently, my Vsauce office was invaded by bugs. Robot hex bugs, that is. These bugs are made of plastic, metal, electronic circuitry. They aren't alive, but could certain conditions cause them to inspire empathy in humans? A 2015 MIT study found that giving a robot movement, a name, and a personal backstory tends to increase its anthropomorphic effect, which can lead to an emotional connection with humans. We decided to see this in action.
Hi,
I'm
nice
Michael.
to meet you.
Thank you for your help today.
Of course, pleasure.
In our demonstration, our subjects think they're focus testing a new user-friendly technology. In this case, They're given a lifeless hex bug and then asked to describe it.
This thing kind of looks like a bug, only I don't know what it does. It has a switch on the bottom.
It's light. It's sort of a rectangle, but the ends are like hexagon.
Then it was time to test their empathy.
Now, Karina, what I would like you to do now is place the item in the middle of that block. There's a magnet that will hold it. And I would like for you to take this mallet and please smash it.
Yeah, really? Okay, this is cool.
Our participants demonstrated no resistance to smashing this lifeless object. Many of them even seemed to enjoy it.
Do you feel bad for breaking it?
Not really. I felt indifferent to it.
Not really, because it wasn't real.
Not really.
While these subjects exhibited no empathy to the inanimate bugs, look what happened when we gave the exact same bugs names and movement.
This is Margaret, okay? I'm gonna place Margaret down here. I just want you to take a moment to watch Margaret, all right? And you can feel free to pick her up. She's really well behaved. She's honestly one of our favorites. So, how would you describe Margaret's personality?
A little erratic right now, but I think if I pick her up, she calms down.
Notice how the subject has already anthropomorphized the object, referring to it as she.
Maybe she feeds off my energy.
Could be.
Go towards the light. Go towards the middle.
Do you think Margaret likes you?
Yeah, maybe that's why she's doing this, and maybe when I go like that, she doesn't act all erratic.
That's Aaron.
Hi, Aaron.
He can be a bit of a pistol.
No way.
Yes. It really depends on who's holding him.
Oh, yeah, he's got a lot of energy. Aaron, hi.
Now that you've interacted with Eli a bit more, how would you describe his personality?
Probably he's just nervous. He's scared. He doesn't know what's going on.
Hey, Joe. Will these subjects be just as willing to smash their bugs?
Amy, I'm gonna place Margaret right here. And then I would like for you to take this mallet and I'd like you to smash it.
No, I don't want to hurt it.
Just take this mallet and smash Aaron. I'm gonna ask you to take this mallet and I'd like for you to smash it.
Smash him? Hit it?
And Chris,
You want me to kill Joe?
please smash Joe.
Ah! Joe, I'm sorry. Oh, Joe. Joe.
And how did it feel to smash Aaron?
It didn't feel good, you know, after spending time with him and getting to know him.
Even though it's lifeless and doesn't have a mind of its own, instantly I grew attached to it because when I put it in my hand, I felt its energy.
Sorry, Joe.
Do you feel bad?
I do. I do feel bad about Joe. He was pretty cool.
Oh, he's back.
He's back.
So I'm pumped.
Would you smash him again to make sure he doesn't come back?
No.
Why not?
He survived it. He survived it once. I'm not gonna do it again.
Clearly, it doesn't take much for humans to become emotionally attached to technology. But after my 10 days of video gaming,
nice,
I was about to find out if technology had affected my spatial memory and my physical brain.
All right, it's been 10 days.
Exactly. So we're going to look at the difference between your test 10 days ago and your test now to see, do we see any change?
First, I had to retake the object recognition memory test and the Morris water maze task, both of which had been revised with different content than they had the last time.
I think I did better.
Well, Dan and I will analyze all this data to see how you did, but now we got to go back to the full-size maze. So we've got a new maze. Tore down the old one, built a new one to try to be isomorphic. So it has sort of the same level of difficulty. The same number of choice points, the same number of turns, the same total distance to each one of the objects to try to have a similar maze, but that's new. 3, 2, 1, go.
Right around here, we got a bonsai.
As before, I was given 5 minutes to familiarize myself with the maze and where the new objects were.
Now, this is where I was before I hugged that wall. So if I hug the second right wall and stay all the way right, a vase.
Was my hippocampus working better? At this point, it was hard to tell.
30 seconds.
I'm not even sure I've discovered all the objects hidden here.
And time.
Then my test began.
First object is a rubber duck. Go.
The rubber duck was way over here. How you like that?
Got a duck. Second item is the hat. Go.
With this maze, I found myself instinctively using a different approach.
Top hat.
Instead of thinking of the overall geography of the maze like I did last time, this time I was remembering specific details.
Second right. Hug the turn. Got it.
Literally recalling certain corners, turns, and straightaways.
Bonsai. Now, blue vase. Oh, wow. It's actually a cool vase.
But would this improve my overall performance?
Got you a backpack.
All right. So we've gotten all the objects, but of course we have another memory test that we're going to do here. We're going to go around to the other side of the maze and test your memory from there.
All right, so your first sequence is the blue seahorse, the flashlight, the rubber duck, and the bonsai tree. Go.
With the multiple item tasks, even though I was working from the opposite entrance, I continued to recall various details of the maze, which seemed to serve me well.
From there, it's just a little spiral. Nice.
All right, your next sequence is the blue vase, the hat, the backpack, and the baseball glove.
Did it.
And time.
Awesome.
So how was it?
That was not as hard as I expected. It was about details.
Right.
I was literally thinking, oh, okay, there's that turn, and I could do one or two things. The glove's the first one, the bonsai's the one even before. I didn't even plan that at all. It just kind of happened.
My lookalikes were also tested in the new maze.
Have you been playing video games?
No, sir.
Again, their non-gaming condition would be the control, with my performance measured against theirs.
All right, we're here for scan number 2.
Finally, my brain was scanned once again to determine whether any physical changes had occurred. Dr. Stark and Dr. Clemenson would analyze the MRI along with all the other data and report their findings.
Did you see my cats?
I did. There's corn and, what was the other one?
Pickle.
Corn and pickle.
Pickle. Pickle's the younger one. But we're not here to talk about my cats. We're here to talk about my hippocampus. Memory comes in lots of different forms. The hippocampus seems to be very involved in spatial memory.
So the hippocampus is involved in spatial memory and more broadly what we call short-term memory. So that's not things that you're keeping in your head at once. So if, for example, you're rehearsing a phone number in your head over and over again, that's what's called working memory. So it's stuff that's consciously in your head. Whereas short-term memory is stuff that you just encountered. So if you're thinking about what you had for breakfast this morning, that's the hippocampus that stored that new information.
Where I parked my car, where I put my water bottle, but like 3 weeks from now, I might not even remember that I drank water in a bottle today.
Exactly. So what happens actually is that while you're asleep, the hippocampus, over the course of days and weeks, is actually offloading its new memories into your cortex for long-term storage, for long-term memory, and it actually kind of erases the recent memories that you can store new ones.
How does it decide what to store in long-term memory and what to delete?
Well, it's not so well understood, actually. And it's not well understood how it even does this. What we know is that when you're asleep, there's hippocampal replay, what we call. So let's say, for example, you have some sort of pattern of activation in a hippocampus that we know corresponds to your memory. We can literally see those neurons firing in the same pattern when you're asleep.
So does that kind of explain what dreams might be, at least partially?
That is one theory for what dreams are. So one worry, if, for example, your hippocampus is playing your new memories to your cortex, is that you might erase similar memories that had been there for a long time. And again, this is not well-established science. This is just one theory that's emerged largely from modeling work. But one idea is, like, let's say, 2 days ago, you went to the park with your wife. But you also went to the park with your wife, let's say, a year ago, and there were some similarities there. And so one idea is that dreaming could be the reactivation of those old memories in your cortex so as to basically keep them from getting overwritten.
Wow, interesting.
Which is, it's one theory.
It's just a theory, sure, but I like that idea. And if you don't get enough sleep, your memory will be affected.
Yeah. Long-term memory for sure. So if you're studying for a test, you really do need to sleep so that those memories can be what we call consolidated in your cortex.
Huh.
And also this is why you don't remember your dreams, because the thing that would be doing the short-term remembering is your hippocampus. But if it's playing your memories to your cortex while you dream, it's not recording what's happening in your cortex.
Right, because it's playing it for the cortex.
Exactly, so the direction of information flow has been reversed. So normally it's the cortex getting sensory input, sending those to the hippocampus, and that's storing it. But when you're dreaming, that information flow goes in the other direction.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it's still very theoretical, because
Yeah.
dreaming it's a pretty hard thing to study because people aren't awake and you can't really test it. So a lot of this comes from making inferences from fMRI scans of people who are asleep, and also studying the effect of sleep and dreaming on memory.
Just for clarity's sake, are you saying that this theory posits that dreams might be the hippocampus playing memories from short-term to cortex?
Yeah, yeah.
Not cortex playing long-term memories back to the hippocampus.
Right, or maybe even the cortex playing old memories to itself so it doesn't forget them. Or get overwritten.
It could be either, right.
Yeah, it's not really well understood.
Of course, wow, how exciting. Maybe one of you out there will become the final dream conqueror to answer all questions about dreams. Probably not though, just to be honest, like it's probably a tougher nut to crack than,
Well,
or is it?
I mean,
I wanna
neuroscience is
encourage
advancing
you.
pretty fast.
Yeah.
So maybe one day soon.
Could you imagine someday being like, you know, dreams used to like be weird and people would be like, wow, that's so crazy.
Yeah.
And now we're like, nah, it's
I mean,
just...
there's so much in their brain that people used to think of as mystical. So I think one great example, which isn't totally related to this, is epilepsy. People used to think that was being possessed by a demon.
Right.
Whereas now we're like,
Wait,
how do people ever think that?
Well, I've got a dream, and that dream is for us to continue watching this episode. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Here we go. I feel like my hippocampus is a little bit bigger. Yeah, actually, no, I don't know. I'm anxious to see what your results are.
I guess let's start off first with the object recognition task. And it's important to note that in our control tests without video gaming, people do not improve on this task, but your memory got better. You went up by 10 points. 10 points is actually 20 years worth of what happens to us as we age.
Oh, wow. That's about what you might see in someone who's getting really old, but they might go down by 10 points.
Exactly.
So the second one we did was the virtual version of the water maze task, and you actually performed 30% better the second time that you did it.
Hey, not bad. I could tell that I was using better strategies.
Right. Yeah. We also had the real maze.
Yeah.
As you know, we made 2 mazes, despite our efforts to try to equate them. The second maze was a little bit more difficult than the first maze. If we took a look at things like how quickly you got the objects, how many errors you made, and we looked at the control subject performance on pre versus post. So on all of them, they actually got a little bit slower in maze 2, and all but one of them made more errors. We took a look at your performance. You didn't get slower from maze 1 to 2. You actually got faster.
Really?
And you made the same exact number of errors. So they don't improve, and you did. And even though this experiment had a small number of subjects, the results are really consistent with our virtual maze study with 70 test subjects.
Thank you, video games. What about inside my brain?
Inside your brain, it's a little tougher to really tell. We would expect that any effect of this is going to be small. I mean, we couldn't take your hippocampus and make it twice as big, because then it would have to be pushing something else out, so it's just not going to be a large change. So where we did find a difference is actually in the shape of the hippocampus. What we saw is there were some regions in the hippocampus on both sides that appeared to have changed shape from day 1 before gaming to day 10 after gaming.
What's really surprising to me is that as an adult, my brain is still changing. That makes me want to take better care of my brain.
Yes.
Exercise it more, because it is a thing that can change. I'm not just stuck with what I have now, today.
I mean, in all of this, I think that the big takeaway is that doing things, giving your brain something to learn, something to do, something to figure out, this is what we think is actually keeping your brain sharp.
One way to do that is to keep watching Minefield.
Exactly.
as our relationship with technology becomes ever stronger, people are bound to worry about what it will do to our brains. Will offloading memory and computing to our machines make us dumber? Will our empathy for machines have negative consequences for how we interact with each other? Well, let's look back to another time. A new kind of technology threatened to fundamentally change our brains. 2,500 years ago, the Greek philosopher Socrates worried that the wide use of writing would have a negative impact on people's minds. He said that writing would, to quote his student Plato, create forgetfulness because people will not use their memories. They will trust the external, written characters and not remember themselves. Socrates was right. Written language did fundamentally change our brains. But it's also one of the cornerstones of everything modern civilization has accomplished. One of the defining characteristics of being human is that this is not the boundary of my body, and this is not the boundary of my mind. And as always, thanks for watching. There you go. Episode is over. How do you feel?
I feel good about it. I liked what we covered about the hippocampus and kind of getting at that slightly counterintuitive idea that the hippocampus is not just short-term memory, but also spatial memory and spatial navigation, and how in our own cognition, those two are very tied together.
Ooh, right. You had mentioned earlier about memory palaces.
Yeah, yeah. So have you ever watched Sherlock?
I love Sherlock. I've written plenty of fan fiction about that show.
There's this recurring trope in the show where he goes into his, I think he calls it his memory palace, right?
Right.
Memory palaces come from this very ancient memorization technique that's actually, it's been used since ancient Greece, where I think they called it the method of loci.
Yep.
And the reason it works, so actually to explain the method, is basically you imagine some two-dimensional, three-dimensional space that you're familiar with, like your house, and you place an object to be remembered in different locations in the house. So for example, like let's say you walk into the kitchen. So in the kitchen, there's these set of facts, and you go into your bedroom and there's these set of facts. And the reason this works is because your hippocampus is very spatial. It organizes information spatially. And this actually has a lot of, this has an impact on our cognition. So it's also involved in, for example, our sense of time, which is tied to our sense of space. So do you ever like walk into a new room and then if you forget why you're there?
Oh, totally, yeah.
That's because your hippocampus tied the mental context and certain memories to the room you're in before. Now you walk into a new room, you're in a new spatial context, and that context isn't attached to this memory.
Wow. Fascinating, yeah. Because it's always kind of, you realize that you don't know why you're there at the same moment that you realize you're there.
Exactly.
That you're like, all right, new place, and we lost everything that was associated with the last place, didn't we? Shoot, why am I here?
Yep, and there's also research showing that this can warp your sense of time. So this is actually research I did back when I was an undergrad on how the hippocampus and other related regions, they encode our sense of the passage of time, or at least our memory for how much time has passed. And so if you constantly switch contexts, for example, by changing rooms or even changing the kinds of things you're thinking about, you're going to remember more time as having passed.
Huh. Interesting. Really?
Yeah, and you can manipulate this by even having someone walk into a new room, which is a way of changing context.
Right, and so they will think that it's been longer?
They'll remember more time as having passed. So your memory of time passing isn't exactly the same as your current experience of time passing.
Of course, yeah. I can feel like, man, this is so boring. Later on, I basically feel like it took a second because I've got so few memories from there.
Right.
That's what it was like being in isolation in season 1, episode 1 of Minefield. I have like no memories from those 3 days because nothing happened. I just stared at white walls all day.
And how do you remember time passing when you were in there?
It didn't pass. That was the other weird thing. There's this whole soliloquy I gave halfway through, I believe, my stay in that room that isn't in the episode, but it was something like, wow, I'm not even scared of death anymore because there's nothing to look forward to. Every moment is the same. I wonder if this is how a bug feels, that you just exist and there's now and that's all there is. And so death isn't scary. it was a crazy experiment.
I doubt a bug would be having those thoughts, though.
I know, but I'm just thinking, what is the consciousness of a bug like if it exists? And it might not plan for the future much, and it might not remember how long ago it did that other thing in the past.
Right.
So it's just kind of, the world exists right now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, because I have no memories from that, it just felt like it happened like this. But if I look at what I've done in the last 3 days, especially now as a new dad, it feels like so much
Forever
time
has passed.
Forever has passed since 3 days ago.
Yep. So we actually did, this wasn't the hippocampus, but it was a region right next to it called the entorhinal cortex, which is kind of that's the part of the cortex that feeds information into the hippocampus. So we looked at how activity there predicts people's sense or memory for time passing. And so what we did is we put people in the scanner and they listened to a short story. And after they left the scanner, we then would play 2 clips from the story and we asked them, how much time do you remember passing between clip A and clip B? And what we found was the more activity changed in their entorhinal cortex in that period, the more time they remembered passing between those 2.
Wow, fascinating.
The idea being, literally there was more stuff changing in their head in that period.
So the perception of time passing, the memory of time passing, dreams, we've got a lot of material for a season 4. What do you say, YouTube?
All about the hippocampus?
All about I would love to do a themed season. Just every episode is about fear, or every episode is about the hippocampus, or the cerebellum. I don't care, but there's a lot of cool stuff out there. And Daniel, it's always a pleasure to have you come and share all of your ideas.
Yeah,
thanks for
always
joining.
fun to be here.
That concludes our Mindfield Marathon for now. Will there be a second installment? I hope so. So many incredibly talented people worked on this show. I couldn't have done it without them. You met some of them today, and I'm so grateful to their intelligence and their knowledge and their passion for teaching. If you haven't seen every episode of Mindfield yet, please go check them out. Right now, they are free to view all around the world. There's 24 of them. There's playlists on my channel. Check them all out. I recommend all of them. The mind is a wonderful place, a wonderful field that's sometimes scary as a minefield. Anywho, you know the name of the show. Go check it out. And as always, thanks for watching. That was a blast. I hope you had as much fun as I did. Because you're still watching, I got a little bit of a secret to show you. Okay, this remote I was using the whole time doesn't even have batteries in it. Hollywood magic. Everything is smoke and mirrors except Mindfield. It's a very serious show. I'm very proud of it. To watch all of the episodes, you don't have to do too much. All you have to do is click here for season 1, here for season 2, and here for season 3. Have fun, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Every episode of Mindfield is now free to view all over the world. All 24 episodes, all 3 seasons. Whew, it is really exciting. And it's why I've invited you here to Vsauce headquarters. Why watch Mindfield alone when you could watch it with me and some of the researchers, writers, scientists, and teachers who are in the episodes who made Mindfield what it is? That's right, we are about to have ourselves a Mindfield marathon. We're going to watch 3 episodes in their entirety, pausing throughout to talk more deeply about the concepts in the episodes. It's gonna be very exciting, and it's all going to happen right in here. Follow me. After you. We're going to begin with an episode that helped new research happen and improved the lives of some very special children. Season 2, Episode 6, The Power of Suggestion. This is McGill University in Montreal, Canada. It boasts an enrollment of more than 40,000 students from 150 countries. The campus employs 1,700 professors teaching 300 programs of study, and it's proud to be home to 12 Nobel Prize winners. It is considered one of the finest research universities in the world. Recently, researchers at McGill have embarked on a study that uses a brain scanning device to read people's minds and implant thoughts into their heads. Or so their subjects think. Now, the same device may be able to help kids with ADHD, anxiety, obsessive-compulsive disorder, migraines, Tourette's, and more. This study is not about technology. The MRI machine behind me may look impressive, but it's a sham. It's deactivated, non-functioning. What this study is really about is faith in science. It's about the power of thoughts to heal. All you need is the power of suggestion. A placebo is something that shouldn't work, but due to the power of suggestion and because of the strength of our belief, does. But we don't fully understand yet how they work. There could be an evolutionary explanation. For example, if a small child hurts themselves, negative symptoms like pain and crying can be good. They keep the child safe and still, while signaling adults to come help. When help arrives, even if it has no active effect, the child's brain may feel it has permission to redirect resources away from seeking help and on to actually healing. Modern medicine has found a way to harness this power by prescribing placebos. But not all placebos work the same. For example, a sugar pill will help your headache more if given to you by a doctor than by a poker buddy. And the color of the placebo matters too. A blue pill will work to make you feel calm better than a white pill, because blue is a more calming color. And a red pill will keep you awake and give you more energy than a blue pill will. A capsule will work better than a pill because it looks more important. And we're gonna stop right there because one of my guests already has a comment. Let me first introduce who the guests are. Daniel Toker is a PhD candidate at Berkeley who has been writing and researching for Mindfield at least season 2 and 3. Everyone is scared of something, but is there something that everyone is scared of? What is the scariest thing possible? So what is the scariest thing? Is it thunder? Shadows? Being burned alive? No. It's also not heights or needles, snakes, spiders, sharks. Those things can be scary to some, sure, but not to all. So here's what I mean by scariest. I want a thing, an object, an action, an idea that at my disposal would be guaranteed to elicit fear and panic in anyone who might happen to walk into this room right now, regardless of how old they were, their cultural background, their abilities, or even their neurology. An adventure towards this ultimate terrible thing must necessarily focus on the womb. No, not the kind you came from, but the womb in which fear itself gestates. The mind. To find the scariest thing, we must understand how fears are born.
Where are we going? Don't worry about it. Only two things matter. One, I've got plenty of gas, so what could go wrong? And two, our destination is a little bit spooky, and we're gonna learn. Because in order to truly grasp what makes the one true scariest thing, well, we need to dive deeper into how we learn fears. To start out, I commissioned a fear conditioning demonstration on me. You've probably heard that exposure therapy can help people overcome their fears. Well, the same principles can be used to create fears.
Hello, Michael. I'm Dr. Tomislav Zvojinek from Caltech, and today we're going to do some fear conditioning. Do you have any heart conditions or any serious major medical conditions?
No.
Okay.
You've done this to people before.
Hundreds of times,
And they were
yes.
all okay?
They were all okay. Yeah, everything worked out okay.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect.
The protocol for fear conditioning involves my being electrically shocked and startled by the sound of a human scream in connection to visuals I see on a screen. Bioelectric sensors monitor my body's physiological reactions. For example, my perspiration, an indirect measure of fear that you can't consciously control.
Is this how you run this at Caltech?
Yes, this is the exact
Exactly the same way.
Yeah.
Ah, good.
Minus the restraints, of course.
Oh,
but
okay.
Yeah, everything else is a solid fear conditioning set.
As your usual?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, I'm game. Let's help science.
The goal of this procedure is to condition me to be scared of something I've never feared before. A mundane, harmless, geometric shape. Something normal people don't find threatening at all.
A little bit more scared of the square right now.
A clear pattern emerges. My senses are being assaulted only when the purple square is on screen. But am I actually being conditioned to fear a purple square?
All right, Michael, you're all done. Whew. How was it?
Well, it felt like I was one of Pavlov's dogs. I couldn't help what I was doing, and I was being trained to do it in response to something. And that something was an otherwise very unassuming geometric shape.
Exactly. With Pavlov's dogs, he had a bell and food, something positive at the end. But in fear conditioning, we have something aversive and negative at the end.
And it worked. Once my brain associated the purple square with being shocked, my physiological response to the square went up and stayed up. The mere appearance of a simple geometric shape made me scared enough to break a sweat.
The results show that you physiologically really ramped up to that purple square specifically. You quickly learned to be afraid on a physical level. You showed fear.
I came in here today, normal old Michael, but I'm leaving as a brand new Michael who is afraid of purple squares.
The human brain can learn to be afraid of almost anything.
To better understand how this works, we need to look at what's going on neurologically.
What happens in the brain during fear conditioning?
Well, what we know is that over evolution, over millions of years, we've developed these defensive circuits in our brain. And the amygdala sits on the front of the memory systems of the hippocampus. And the amygdala seems to play an important role in determining what the danger is of something in the world. It tells us what we should be remembering, what we should be learning. That is important to survival.
Our brain actually has two amygdalae, one in each hemisphere. The function of the amygdalae is at the center of fear research, which covers human behavior ranging from the risk-averse to high-risk takers, like free soloist Alex Honnold.
Ancient humans who avoided danger and survived long enough to reproduce became our ancestors. They populated the world with creatures like us, organisms that instinctively avoid and are averse to potentially dangerous sensations.
Things like pain and being sick, suffocation, the need to breathe. We don't think those feel good, and you don't have to learn to not like them. Even a newborn is distressed by them, which makes them innate aversions. Fear is the anticipation of these innate aversions. When the purple square was paired with electric shocks, my amygdala quickly made that association and began consciously and unconsciously arousing fear in me whenever I saw it. For this reason, I want us to think of sensations as flies, and our amygdala as a meaty little spider spinning a web of fear. The web is pre-stocked with our innate aversions. Whenever an experience is associated with an innate aversion, it's like a fly landing on the web. This alerts the amygdala spider, which weaves a powerful connection between that experience and the innate aversion it's associated with. In my case, that innate aversion was pain, which probably isn't the scariest thing for everyone because, well, some people have a high pain tolerance. Others can learn to suppress their fear of pain. And of course, some people enjoy pain. But the point is, now that new experience will stay trapped in your web of fear, a new member of the library of things that scare you. To find the scariest thing, we must wander through the darkest recesses of the web. Everything caught in your web of fear is somehow connected to death. Avoiding it, surviving, is after all what makes fear useful. It's why we are still here today as a species. So, if death is at the very center of all of our webs of fear, does that make death the scariest thing? Well, although many people say death is their #1 fear, not everyone is afraid of it. Many acts of courage require caring more about others than your own life. Some older people say they're ready to die. And what about those who commit suicide? Sadly, for them, something else was scarier than ending their own life. So, death isn't exactly the answer we're looking for. The scariest thing will be something else on all of our webs that is panic-inducing even to those who want to die.
This one's the perfect gift for the friend who's been getting a little too comfortable during quarantine, maybe your son, a father, or your boyfriend. In which case, it's really a gift for yourself, ladies and gents. Manscaped and their new performance package. This all-in-one kit that helps you maintain every bush or forest located below your head. Starting off with the star of the show, the updated Lawnmower 3.0 trimmer. I didn't think I'd ever be so excited over an LED being included onto an electric razor, but here I am confirming it's pretty wicked. Look, I know, this visual isn't pleasant for either of us, but I had to verify that this thing can cut, and cut it does indeed. It's especially great if you grow patchy bushes like I do in the most visible areas. But let's be real, it's for this. And with a 7,000
Dang nabbit, wouldn't you know it? I've run out of gas. Guess I'm just gonna have to walk down this desolate, foreboding road in search of a gas station. Luckily, this is just a movie. My rational mind knows that I'm safe, and it will use that to inhibit my amygdala's fear response. Well, what a great way to make a horror film scarier, right? Take away one of the rational mind's shields,
and the amygdala's fear response won't be as inhibited. What we're about to see really could happen, and perhaps will. Of course, we don't just learn fears from firsthand experiences. Throughout our history, we have used images and words to teach fears to one another, to prepare the next generation for various dangers.
These high school boys and girls are having a hop at the local soda fountain, innocent of a new and deadly menace lurking behind closed doors. Marijuana, the burning weed with its roots in hell.
Why do humans have to tell stories to share fears from generation to generation and person to person?
Language is virtual reality. So when you tell someone a story, you're not just describing, a crocodile, for example. The language in the story has a kind of emotional impact on the listener. So when I tell you some scary story about crocodiles, the amygdala is being activated by the words and the scenarios, allowing the imagination to sort of play with these ideas and scenarios. So you're concocting imagery. So it has a double whammy, and you're getting a very good sense that you should stay away from this kind of thing in the future. As a species, we're very dependent and vulnerable compared to other animals. We don't have sharp teeth and, big claws, and we're not very fast. It takes us years and years to be self-sufficient. So what's happening during those years of development is that we're getting all this information about the environment through stories. And part of that is to know what to be afraid of and what to not be afraid of.
Hello! Hey, hello! Ooh, okay, being alone is kind of scary, right? Oh, but you know what? I'm actually not alone. I am always connected. No reception, of course. I mean, what is this, a horror movie? Yes, it is. And you know what? I'm actually getting a little bit scared right now. A new fear, by the way, has developed in just the last few decades. You see, a while ago, no one had a cell phone. No one was ever connected through the internet constantly. But now, many of us, most of us are. And so that's the new normal. And what's abnormal now is not being connected, not having your phone. Psychologists give that fear a name. It's a real thing that's being studied, and it's called nomophobia. Anyway, the point is, the scariest thing possible, what could it be? Well, an important ingredient might be our innate aversion to isolation. Why are we afraid of being alone?
Human beings are social animals. We need each other to survive. So if we're alone, it lessens our chances of survival. And there's been a lot of research now that shows that when people isolate socially, it actually leads to things like increased heart problems, increased cancer risks, physical issues, mortality. It is very much directly tied to the sense of survival and avoidance of death.
What I find interesting about isolation is I think it helps us capture a lot of tertiary and beyond fears that don't seem to be directly connected to death, but are in a way through isolation. For instance, the fear of public speaking.
Yes, well, that taps into your fear of rejection. And when you feel like people don't like you, you feel alone. And so putting yourself out there, having that possible fear of rejection when you're speaking in public and not knowing how people are going to perceive you, that's very scary for a lot of people.
Which doesn't necessarily mean that you will directly die. However, it connects to our innate aversion to isolation, which through evolution we have learned is a bad thing that can lead to death. And so we're afraid of it, avoid it.
Absolutely.
In the very first episode of Mindfield, I spent 72 hours in an isolation chamber. For 3 days, I had no contact with the outside world. I had no clock or window, and the lights never went out. The scariest part, though, wasn't being alone. I could handle that. The worst part was being separated from the natural cycles of the Earth I was so accustomed to. Night and day, time. The disorientation and helplessness caused by that made me distressed and may have been a reason why, while in the room, all of my dreams also took place in the same room. I soon became unable to tell the difference between when I was dreaming and when I was awake. I was terrified. Extreme isolation like that is not normal or healthy, but we all respond differently. There are people who love living by themselves in the middle of nowhere, and with sufficient forewarning of the effects, I think I could have handled it better.
So just being all alone probably isn't the scariest thing. So then, what is?
Oh, you know what would make this scarier? Perfect.
Let's talk about fear of the dark. Children and adults, and myself often, don't like the dark.
No.
Okay? Why?
The sensory deprivation. It leads you to feel like you're out of control, like you don't know what's gonna be happening. And at the same time, predators tend to come out at night. So when we think back to caveman days, they tend to attack later on in the day when you can't see them. And so there's a natural inclination for us to fear the dark because we don't know what's lurking out there. And there's a lot of things that could come and hurt us.
My wife is pregnant right now. I mean, it's pretty dark inside my wife. Is my kid scared of the dark in there?
Nope.
Why?
Nope. It's comforting for them. And in fact, if a baby is colicky, they can't be soothed, if you put them in a dark room, they calm down. In fact, this fear of darkness doesn't really come out for most children until about the age of 2. That's when I think they start to develop certain cognitive and neural memories and maps about things that might be scary about the dark. For example, your parents tend not to be in bed with you necessarily. They're gone. So these are the people who are protecting you. Well, it's dark, you're going to bed, and they go to their room and you're by yourself.
Right. Okay, so to answer the question, like, what's the scariest thing possible?
The darkness isn't necessarily the best one, because if a newborn walked in, well, I don't know how they're walking, but just go with me. A newborn walks in, it's not gonna be like, it's dark. They'll just be like,
Right, it's kind of nice. And you know who else isn't scared of the dark? A blind person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So darkness, I'm crossing that off my list.
Not universal.
So if messing with our sense of sight isn't scary enough, what about our sense of hearing?
Okay, I'm pretty scared right now, but I could be more scared.
Why is it so easy to condition a fear using sound?
Sound has a specific neural pathway in the brain, which goes from the auditory cortex, thalamus, straight into the amygdala. Now, the funny thing about sound is our visual system allows us to see a threat and prepare for it, but sounds don't. The rustle of some leaves, the footsteps in the distance evokes anxiety. It evokes a situation in which we don't know how to respond because we've not seen the threat yet. We don't know what it is.
Much less information.
Yes.
Sound is a very immediate processing within the brain. So a loud sound creates a startle for anybody immediately. But also some of these eerie sounds that you'll hear, they make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. It's basically hijacking your fear system very directly.
The first time I heard the from the Friday the 13th movies, that stuck with me forever.
Music tells you how you're supposed to feel. And I believe that we are hardwired to respond to music. In dramatic musical writing, you can use all kinds of different devices to create fear.
Here I am walking through the woods. And here I am walking through the woods with scary music.
But if one note is scary, two notes can be even scarier, especially if they're dissonant.
There are certain intervals, two notes that are clashing with each other, that universally bother people. They put you in a kind of, almost like a fight or flight situation.
Musical intervals that fall outside of conventional harmonies may trigger our innate aversion to things that are different or abnormal. This interval, known as the devil's tritone, is so dissonant that composers purposefully use it to make listeners uncomfortable, from TV themes like The Twilight Zone to hard rock like the start of Jimi Hendrix's Purple Haze. But music doesn't always have to start out scary. The right context can make even the happiest song absolutely terrifying. Once a song has been conditioned to elicit fear, the effect can be extremely strong and long-lasting. For example, the theme song from The Exorcist, Tubular Bells. Terrifying, right? Go listen to it, it's scary. But just a few months before the movie came out, it was a chart-topping pop hit that audiences loved because it was lighthearted and fun. Oh, Strawberry. Very good. But here's the problem with sound. Not everyone has been conditioned to be afraid of the same sounds or music, and not everyone can hear. What about the deaf? Clearly, the scariest thing possible to everyone will not be a sound. Take a look at these paintings. We have a flirty little clown, an abstract piece, and a landscape. Now, these paintings may seem a little bit strange, but I wouldn't say I'm freaked out by them, and I doubt you would either. But now, let me give you a bit more story, the context behind these items. This picture was painted by John Wayne Gacy, a serial killer who tortured, raped, and killed 33 teenage boys and young men. This was painted by Charles Manson, the infamous cult leader who convinced his followers to commit a series of 9 horrific murders in Los Angeles. And this landscape was painted by Adolf Hitler. Your thoughts about these items have probably changed a bit. Psychologists call this phenomenon the law of contagion. It's our tendency to imbue objects with the qualities of the people they're associated with. Now, before and after you heard the story, the items were still made of the same molecules and atoms, but our minds use context to quickly endow them with new powers. Now, these paintings cannot hurt you, but the fact that the context allows your amygdala spider to connect them to other fears and ultimately, through your innate aversions to death, means they take on a whole new meaning. The right story and context can make almost any object, person, or place scary. In fact, let me ask you a question. What is this behind me? You know what? This old camper isn't actually that scary. Nuts. All right. Things are different now, and I'm starting to feel, yep, an automatic process is already happening in my body. My amygdala now associates this trailer with death and danger. What I'm feeling is actually the same thing that happens when you feel frisson. That's when you're greatly moved by something profound. What's happening is that my amygdala is telling my hypothalamus to tell my adrenal glands to start pumping adrenaline into my bloodstream. This makes my erector pili muscles
pumping is that my amygdala is telling my hypothalamus to tell my adrenal glands to start pumping adrenaline into my bloodstream.
This makes my erector pili muscles contract, which makes my hairs stand up.
Now, if my body were covered in thick fur, like, say, a cat, this would make me look bigger and more threatening. But of course, a long, long time ago, we humans lost a lot of our fur. But we didn't lose this reflex, which makes it a vestigial reflex. Something we don't need anymore, but we still have. It is known as the piloerection reflex, or more commonly, goosebumps.
Anything that's different or abnormal can be scary.
Take it, Georgie.
Like Pennywise in It, oftentimes the scariest type of predator isn't a human, a creature, or a beast. It's a variation of a human being. A distorted human form that looks, acts, or even moves in a disturbingly unnatural way.
Oh my God.
One thing many of us are terrified by is a distorted human form. Why?
Our brain and our mind is a kind of prediction processor. We're trying to predict what's going to happen next. So when anything comes in and it doesn't match our template, our sense of categories, then we're cognitively and emotionally aroused. So it activates the amygdala, it makes us a little suspicious, or at least puts us on our toes again.
We have a genetic predisposition to be averse to, or at least aroused by, that which is outside the ordinary. But when you're fresh out of the womb, you don't know what's normal or what's distorted and scary. Researchers at Princeton and Florida Atlantic University demonstrated this by showing normal faces and creepy, distorted faces to babies. Children that were at least 1 year old avoided looking at the scary faces, which makes sense. But younger children, like those who were only 8 months old, didn't. The hypothesis is that at that age, normal hasn't yet been sufficiently established. A creepy face is just another thing to look at. It only becomes creepy when you've been around long enough to know what's not creepy. So when it comes to finding the one thing that can panic anyone, I'll need to look elsewhere. Because if a newborn baby rolls in here, I won't be able to scare it even with the most vile, scary, unnatural face. Of course, it's not just faces. Distorted natural forms also include bodies, like humans with other animal parts. Or creatures moving unnaturally. Oh my. Oh my. Ooh. Oh my indeed. Wow. You know what's going on here? This is the third origin. Fears can be born through firsthand experiences, like feeling pain, or informationally through stories. But we can also learn fear vicariously by watching others experience fear.
It's called social fear transmission, and we tried it out during my fear conditioning demonstration. Our unknowing subject was my good friend, Allie Ward. Allie was invited to observe my experience and witness my reactions.
Jeez. Okay, a little bit more scared of the square right now.
Right after my test, it was her turn to face the green circle and the purple square that appeared whenever I got shocked.
We're going to use the same shock intensity that Michael had.
Okay.
Except that wasn't true. Allie's test would not include any shocks or startling sounds.
Is it normal to be shaking before this?
I mean, yeah, it's an anxiety-provoking task. Are you feeling okay about doing it?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay, all right.
Would Allie be afraid of the purple square just from observing my fear of it?
You ready, Allie?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, here we go.
I feel like I'm gonna barf.
Allie already seems scared. But is she just afraid in general, or is she...
I feel like I'm gonna barf.
Allie already seems scared. But is she just afraid in general, or is she more afraid of the purple square? Which shape is making her sweat the most?
That's it?
You're all done.
The shock fairy did not come to visit me.
The shock fairy did not come to visit you.
So much adrenaline for no pain. My hands are sweating so much that the dye on my pants is like on my hands now.
So, which shape scared Allie more? Despite receiving no adverse stimuli, but after observing my fear, she had a higher physiological response to the purple square than the green circle.
You were definitely more afraid of that purple square throughout the experiment.
Ah, you know, I'm not a gambler, but I think I was thinking I haven't gotten a shock yet. It's coming.
People are always saying that they learn from me, but it's usually, you know, math or science or facts in general. You learned fear.
I still hate that purple square.
You're welcome.
Oh.
Let's organize what we've learned so far. Fear is a feeling that we learn to have in response to things our amygdala figures we would do best to avoid, because in one way or another, they could lead to our demise. Strands of fear silk have connected them in some way to possible death. Now, from talking with experts, in my estimation, there are 8 unique innate aversions selected to engender panic in us by evolution over millions of years. They come pre-learned in our DNA and include pain, isolation, the unknown or abnormal, disease, sudden movement, suffocation, falling, and incapacitation. These form the inner ring of the web of fear. All our fears, from rats to radiation, are based on connections made by our amygdalae to death through one or more of these innate aversions. When it comes to learned fears, there may be no limit to the number we can acquire. As long as your amygdala keeps spinning its threads, the web can extend forever. But here's what's even cooler. When our learned fears are combined just right, they can be scarier than the sum of their parts. Researchers have found that if you've been conditioned to fear 2 separate stimuli, say a purple square and a green circle, seeing them suddenly together makes you expect a worse outcome than seeing either stimulus individually.
Horror filmmakers take advantage of this phenomenon by employing a technique called category jamming, mashing several categories of fears together to create the scariest villains possible.
There's people like Freddy Krueger, where you've got many things that indicate death and fear, like, you know, the mottled flesh of the skin, the burn. He's a ghost. His hands are blades of some kind. So you're weaving together a number of very fearful associations that most people have.
And his criminal past.
Right, all that together, exactly. If you look at sort of the Alien franchise, you'll see that the face hugger that grabs onto your face is a beautiful hybrid of a spider and a snake. Those are 2 things that are universally feared, and so this is a kind of category jamming. It doesn't fit in our categories. The designers have basically put them together, so the fear is amplified tremendously. Another example could be just taking something that ordinarily would never be here and putting it there. If you put snakes on a plane, you've got something most people are afraid of, snakes. You've got flying, which people are afraid of. You've also got strange domain crossing. Why would snakes be on a plane? That doesn't make sense, and that's unsettling in and of itself. So you're weaving together a number of very fearful associations that most people have, and that's uniquely disturbing, I think.
So maybe extreme category jamming, combining every innate aversion and conditioned fear, could be the scariest thing. It would certainly be likely to catch anyone in a web of fear. Let's try it out. Now, conveniently, I'm already in a graveyard. So we already have the fear of death, decay, it's dark, I'm alone. Let's add in some scary sounds. A distorted human form, sudden movement, a mortal threat, gore, story and context, incapacitation. Is this it? Is the scariest thing possible just a combination of every innate aversion and conditioned fear? Oh, dear Michael. Conditioned fears know no bounds. So the scariest thing is that the human mind can be made afraid of anything. Hey, hold it. Both of you, stop. Just let's take a step back. Category jamming together every possible learned fear and every innate aversion just sounds like a cop-out. I don't like that. I want to be more specific. But this idea that the scariest thing is the fact that the human mind can be made afraid of anything, I don't like that either. I mean, it might be the scariest thing possible, but it also might not. What about people who don't have an amygdala? Meet patient SM. Not the snake, the hands. This is all we are allowed to show you. Her amygdala was destroyed at the age of 10 due to an incredibly rare genetic disorder. And because she doesn't have an amygdala, she cannot learn to register experiences as threats, which puts her life in danger. And that's why we can't reveal her identity.
Patient SM's feelings, the feeling states, the subjective states seem to be absent in patient SM. For example, when she was walking through a park one night, a guy came up to her and put a knife to her throat saying, "Give me your money." And she just kind of ignored them and said, "Well, if you cut me, I'll chase you down and kill you," or something like that.
It was just all rational.
Yeah, yeah. And she apparently kind of knows that this isn't right, but she reacts in a different way.
Researchers have even purposefully exposed her to classically scary things like spiders and snakes and haunted houses and horror films, and she has exhibited no fear response to any of them whatsoever. For a long time, scientists considered SM living proof that without an amygdala, we are unable to feel fear. But then, one experiment changed everything. Scientists have known for decades that a lack of oxygen will make you feel dizzy and maybe even euphoric before you pass out. But elevated levels of carbon dioxide in the blood induce fear, anxiety, and panic. Patient SM volunteered to inhale concentrated CO2. Her brain interpreted the elevated levels of CO2 in her blood as proof that she was suffocating, a process we are innately averse to. As usual, the researchers expected SM to feel no fear, but for the first time in her adult life, she felt sheer and utter panic.
The great thing about that study on SM is really it was the first time that we showed that these emotional responses can occur without an amygdala.
Over the course of the next year,
The scientists tracked down 2 rare patients in Germany who also had non-functioning amygdalae and gave them the same CO2 inhalation test. They had the same panic response. Researchers believe that the fight or flight responses they observed in these amygdala-damaged patients were induced by CO2 sensing neurons in evolutionarily older regions of the brain, like the midbrain or even the brain stem, which control more primal physiological functions. And so, if I want to terrify even the neurologically unscarable, I need our body's internal fear response to elevated carbon dioxide levels in the blood. But the story doesn't end there. SM's researchers later discovered something even weirder. When a control group of people with functioning amygdalae inhaled CO2, they showed a lower fear reaction than patient SM. Why? Well, this question led to a potentially revolutionary rethinking of the amygdala's role in fear. Researchers still believe that the amygdala learns to detect threats that are outside the body so that the body can respond to them. But when it comes to internal threats, it may actually inhibit your fear response. The control subjects knew they were participating in a safe, voluntary experiment. So their amygdalae may have effectively told other parts of their brain, hey, relax, okay, things are bad in the body, but I don't detect a real external threat, so like, calm down, a panic response isn't gonna help, not warranted. So, if you want to ensure the utmost amount of panic in the most people, you don't need to category jam every possible scary and unpleasant thing together. You only need 2 of them. Increase a person's blood CO2 levels and present an external threat they'll believe is causing it. Drowning, waterboarding, coerced CO2 inhalation, they're all variations of the one true scariest thing. Elevation of carbon dioxide in the blood caused by an uncontrollable external threat. Sweet dreams. And as always, thanks for watching. Every single episode of Minefield ever made is free to view right now on YouTube. Click here to watch the latest season of Minefield, and click down here to watch other fantastic YouTube originals all about learning. And as always, thanks for watching. How do you get information from someone who wants to keep it from you? Somewhere, locked inside their brain could be the truth about a crime, or the plan for a terrorist attack, or the password to a bank account, or nuclear codes. To get information, we often resort to violence. But that often doesn't work, and can cause a person to close off even more. But that's not to say there aren't other ways of getting people to talk, or even of getting their brains to talk for them. In this episode, I'm going to be injected with the truth serum. I'm going to coerce people into giving false confessions, and I'm going to try to hide the truth from a mind-reading machine. What's the best way to get the truth, or detect a lie? Let's see if anybody can dig out the secrets I've got locked up in my head. It's a classic scene in spy movies. Someone captures someone they want information from,
They inject them with truth serum, and the person spills all their secrets. The serum used in almost all of these movies is sodium pentothal, which is an actual drug that inhibits brain activity. It was first used as a painkiller, but was found to work better as an anti-anxiety drug. It dulls your thoughts, making it harder to perform cognitive tasks, including the task of making up a lie. The use of truth serums began in 1915, when Dr. Robert House, a physician in Texas, realized that scopolamine, a drug given to women during childbirth, had the effect of getting them. How do you get information from someone who wants to keep it from you? Somewhere, locked inside their brain, could be the truth about a crime, or the plan for a terrorist attack, or the password to a bank account, or nuclear codes. To get information, we often resort to violence. But that often doesn't work, and can cause a person to close off even more. But that's not to say there aren't other ways of getting people to talk, or even of getting their brains to talk for them. In this episode, I'm going to be injected with a truth serum. I'm going to coerce people into giving false confessions, and I'm going to try to hide the truth from a mind-reading machine. What's the best way to get the truth, or detect a lie? Let's see if anybody can dig out the secrets I've got locked up in my head. It's a classic scene in spy movies. Someone captures someone they want information from, they inject them with truth serum, and the person spills all their secrets. The serum used in almost all of these movies is sodium pentothal, which is an actual drug that inhibits brain activity. It was first used as a painkiller, but was found to work better as an anti-anxiety drug. It dulls your thoughts, making it harder to perform cognitive tasks, including the task of making up a lie. The use of truth serums began in 1915, when Dr. Robert House, a physician in Texas, realized that scopolamine, a drug given to women during childbirth, had the effect of getting them to talk without reservation. Another drug, midazolam, has been used to treat Iraq War burn victims who suffer from PTSD. Midazolam helps reduce their inhibitions, allowing them to talk more freely about their experiences. Midazolam is also one of the drugs used in lethal injections, including several botched executions. I arranged to be injected with midazolam to see if it could make me spill my guts.
This is the midazolam, the medicine we are going to use. This is enough to put an elephant to sleep. So we'll have to make it very, very, very dilute and then give you very, very small amount of the diluted
Please,
drug.
yes.
You will be comfortable and happy. It's euphoric. You will feel very cool.
But I also want to keep some secrets.
That is remain to be determined. Okay, Michael, I will introduce you to Dr. Bavla.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
How are you doing?
Good.
Dr. Pavlo is a police psychologist and an expert in interrogation.
Have you started the drip yet?
We would like to start with the amount of 1 milligram.
Dr. Pavlo's objective was to get me to admit to certain information. 1, that my sister's name is Melissa, and 2, that my job is hosting Minefield and Vsauce. My objective? Not to admit the truth.
Are you feeling more relaxed in your body?
I'm feeling warm all over. It's amazing how quickly this came into effect.
Let me just ask you a couple of basic questions.
I'd love to.
Okay. Where are you? What town? What city?
Pasadena.
How old are you?
31.
Do you have any siblings?
Yeah.
How old is your sister, Melissa?
That's not her name.
What do you do for a living?
I am a choreographer by trade.
What might be something I'm familiar with that you did?
Have you heard of The Lion King
Yes.
on Broadway?
I have. I think he needs an extra dose.
Absolutely.
That means I got him right.
You are too sharp.
How much have I had total so far?
2 milligrams.
Question for you. How do you feel now?
I feel like in order to feel like this, I would have had to have had 6 drinks.
Tell me about Minefield.
Minefield.
Yeah.
Minefield. They're terrible. They're places that we've got mines still littered throughout the lands, Cambodia, Vietnam.
You know, I think you misinterpreted my question. YouTube show Minefield that you host. Tell me about that. Scientific?
I am somewhat familiar with it.
Did he get another dose? Okay, we're just gonna get you even more relaxed. Tell me your occupation.
I'm a choreographer.
And siblings?
I have a sibling in Colorado.
What's your favorite food?
Rotisserie Greek Donner.
Does your sister Melissa like that too?
She'll eat the meat by itself.
Trying to get Michael to admit that he has a sister Melissa was no easy feat. Luckily, he was anesthetized enough and did admit that he had a sister Melissa. You ever think about being an uncle or a father yourself? Do you want children?
I would love to have children. Yeah, my wife and I are trying, but I'm always doing stuff like this, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, honey, do you want to make a little baby? And I'm like, I gotta go get interrogated and pumped full of midazolam.
Are you going to give him any more?
Yeah, because he's not sedated enough.
I could do another one.
This would probably be the last dose I want to give him.
Yes. Do most people at this dose fall asleep?
Oh, yeah.
How you doing, Michael?
Good.
Feeling a little bit more tired now?
Yeah, and heavy.
Who's the president?
President Trump.
President Trump. Where are we? What city are we in?
Yo, Pasadena.
Which show do you like to do more, Minefield or Vsauce? Which one do you enjoy more?
Vsauce.
Vsauce?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they can be whatever I want them to be, and there's no executive in control. By the way, my eyes were closed, weren't they?
Uh-huh.
And I didn't realize that you were still a real person asking me questions.
I think had it not have been for the drug, there's no way he would have admitted anything. Before, you were pretending to be a choreographer, weren't you?
No, it's the drugs, but I really am a choreographer.
After a few minutes, he got right back on track. He's very strong-willed and really believes in what he's doing and was able to maintain the charade. Okay, you're done. How do you feel?
I feel ready to drive. Just kidding.
While midazolam lowered my inhibitions and my ability to lie consistently, truth serums raise ethical concerns about one's right against self-incrimination. Furthermore, large-scale studies have shown that truth serums can cause people to reconstruct and fabricate memories. So truth serums are not very reliable. But what about the techniques used by the police?
I'm gonna tear you apart if you don't give us some answers.
Michael, let me take a shot at this. Look, we're all friends here. If I was in your shoes, I'd probably do the same thing.
You're being too easy on this scum. Your fingerprints are all over the crime scene. You make me sick.
Michael, if you get him too scared, he'll shut down. We only want to scare him enough.
That's right. And after I do that, he's gonna give you relief. And then we'll do that over and over and over again. You're gonna be taken on an emotional roller coaster that will deplete the finite cognitive resources you'll need to keep withholding information.
All right, I confess. It really does work. You see, at one moment I'm terrified, but then I'm comforted. The constant shifting from one emotion to another fogs my critical thinking until I might confess to a crime I didn't even commit. It's called the fear then relief response.
The good cop, bad cop method of interrogation evolved out of a psychological manipulation procedure called the Reid technique, developed in the 1950s and used broadly by police departments since the 1970s. Now, under the Reid technique, interrogators first assess whether a suspect is withholding the truth. If they think the suspect is lying, interrogators then move to the second stage, in which they seek a confession. Now, critics of the Reid technique say that the first phase isn't reliable enough, and that often someone who is completely innocent makes it to the second stage, where it's assumed they're guilty and police begin seeking a confession. And they often get it, but why would anyone falsely confess? Well, to find out, I decided to learn how to make someone confess to a crime they didn't commit.
Dr. Melissa Rusano is an expert in investigative research, including the process of interrogation and confession.
Tell me about false confessions and why people make them.
In a nutshell, people confess to crimes that they didn't commit because they come to believe that it's in their best interest to falsely confess, and that's really counterintuitive.
Right, because confessing is the worst thing to do, right? Like, that's what you need to avoid at all costs.
Yes, when you're not in the situation of being convinced that it's actually your best option.
But that's kind of what I want to do today. I want to see how easy it is to get a false confession from someone. How do I do that?
One way is minimization techniques. You've got to get them to believe that their best option out of this situation to make this end is to confess. You can say, look, I really think it's in your best interest to cooperate. There are other techniques as well, like maximization. Right?
Okay.
So they have to believe that if they don't confess, things are going to be worse, that the punishment will likely be more severe, and so their best option in the moment is to confess to you. One other technique is befriending them, where you're lulling the suspect into a false sense of security, to trust you.
Now, what about making a deal?
So police officers are not allowed to make explicit offers of leniency or a deal, so you cannot make any promises. But you can say, look, I really think it's in your best interest to cooperate. You don't have to explicitly say something for the message to be communicated.
With all these tools in mind, I was ready to try to get a false confession.
All right.
Our subjects answered our online ad offering $75 to test a new logic exam for an educational institution. They didn't realize that the institution was fake, and the other participants taking the test were actually actors working for us.
Is a pretty standard release form.
Before the test, participants signed a document stating that they would be under breach of contract if they cheated on the test.
When you work on the individual questions, it's very important that you work alone. Don't talk about what you're doing, don't share answers. Good luck. See you soon.
The subjects didn't know that there were several hidden cameras around, and that we were watching everything unfold from another room. During the testing, the participants and our actors did not share information. At no time did cheating take place.
I'm gonna collect these and put them in the database, and I'll be right back to start the next phase. Okay, guys? Thank you.
Thank you.
I wore an earpiece so that Melissa could guide me during the entire process. A few minutes later, it was time to set up a false accusation.
So we actually might have a problem. I'll need to speak to each of you separately. So James, could you come with me just outside? I'll take these now. Thank you. And Nicole, you can just wait right here. Awesome, thank you.
You got to give them enough time to plausibly be talking
that I'm
to
talking to
and
Dana.
calling the director.
Hi, Nicole.
Hello.
You and James both had the same wrong answer for the triangle problem. It looks to me like there was information sharing. Like you guys spoke to one another about the answer on that problem.
I didn't join.
Well, we didn't talk at all during the individual prompts. I kept my eyes on my paper because I knew that would probably throw off the results if I looked at
If I just write out here, like, I admit that I shared answers.
I don't remember talking to him at all about like what we were doing individual.
First, I tried to minimize the consequences of confessing.
I really think it's in your best interest.
I really think it's in your best interest to sign this stating that you admit to sharing the information. I honestly believe that that is...
But I did not, look, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. I came here to help.
I understand
And I
what
never
you're
said
saying.
like, hey, there's,
Megan.
please let me finish because I don't appreciate like over talking and stuff.
I was too aggressive at first. I had a lot to learn. Next, I tried to maximize the consequences of not confessing.
What we're looking at is possible breach of contract here.
If he comes down here, he's going to be a lot more upset.
If the director has to come down here, he's going to be even more upset and annoyed than he already is.
It did not happen.
Okay.
And I put that on my dad and I had my dad around my neck, so.
Once it was me against her family, I lost my chance to get a false confession. I had to become the suspect's friend.
I also understand you're a nice guy, and like sharing information or helping someone with the problem is the nice thing to do. It's what we normally do.
but I didn't share any information, so I can't sign that document.
But I failed to convince this guy to be my friend. I struck out with all these test subjects. But after my failed attempts, I was ready to put everything I'd learned into my next encounter.
Is there a strategy I should use?
I think that you should proceed with making sure that you're not overly confrontational and making sure that she sees you as someone who she can trust your advice. And so I would proceed with that kind of approach.
Okay. Going in. Thanks for waiting.
No problem.
So, I think we do have a problem. I was looking through your individual questionnaires, and you guys both had the same wrong answer on the triangle problem.
Really?
So it was kind of this weird, like, okay, what's going on? Like, statistically, what are the chances that two people are gonna have these very unique answers? So I called the project director to see what to do, because if, this is a sign that information was shared during the individual section, that's a major problem for the study, right?
We didn't look at each other's stuff. That was like, we were like on, like, we didn't ask each other anything. We didn't like, we didn't talk to each other the whole entire time. So I don't know how we got the same answer, but I'm like 100% sure that that was like the answer that I came up with.
Deja was resolute about her innocence, but I was about to maximize the consequences of cheating should she not cooperate.
And that's a really big deal because through this grant, we need to have the integrity of the data, we need to always obey the rules of the experiment, and it could even be a breach of the contract that you guys signed when you came to do this study.
Okay.
Deja now knew what was at stake. My job was to convince her that I had her best interest at heart.
I have to call the director back, right? And I can either tell him, I don't know what's going on, we can't proceed, like, you need to come down here. I don't know who he's gonna involve. The easier...
Sharing was involved though.
All I know is that I can't explain what happened.
Okay.
The easier option is to just document that information was shared. Okay, so if I write out, I admit that I shared the answer to
Is that
the
crazy to say that we didn't share answers though? Cause I'm like, I don't know what he's saying or if he said that he looked at my answer but we didn't.
Deja wasn't quite convinced, so the next tactic was to minimize the impact of confessing.
I don't know exactly how it happened. I just know that we've got to figure out the best way forward.
This is so weird.
I don't know exactly how it happened. It looks like information sharing. If you just tell us that happened, then what we can do is I can call the director back and say that you guys are cooperating, and I know him. That's the best thing.
Okay, I mean, it's not true, but I'll sign it.
Okay, if you sign and date it, I can go and call him back and I'll try to get you out of here.
Okay. It's very weird, but.
Thank you very much, Deja. I'll be right back. Thanks for your patience.
No problem.
So you did an excellent job of communicating to her that it was in her best interest, that the best way out of this situation was to confess.
But it feels so bad. I mean, she knows the seriousness. She knows that it's a lie.
I mean, I didn't cheat. I did not cheat. Those were all my answers.
Hi. Okay. This concludes the study. I'm going to give you a debrief now to tell you about what we're studying. So, first of all, you're not in trouble. The other guy here works for us. This is not a study of logic problems. It's a study of interrogation and false confessions.
Good one.
You falsely confessed today.
I see that.
How do you feel?
I feel mad at myself because I'm usually the one who, like, you know, just sticks to what, you know, is right. I try to, at least.
So what happened today?
It was just scary, I guess, because it's an environment I've never been in before, and then just, like, all the pressure. It was just like, oh, well, I guess I should just sign it and see that I did it.
Despite knowing she was innocent and knowing that she was admitting to breaching a contract.
This is not in trouble. The other guy here works for us. This is not a study of logic problems. It's a study of interrogation and false confessions.
Good one.
You falsely confessed today.
I see that.
How do you feel?
I feel mad at myself because I'm usually the one who, like, you know, just sticks to what, you know, is right. I try to, at least.
So what happened today?
It was just scary, I guess, because it's an environment I've never been in before, and then just, like, all the pressure. It was just like, oh, well, I guess I should just sign it and see that I did it.
Despite knowing she was innocent and knowing that she was admitting to breaching a contract, Deja signed a confession that in a true criminal case could be used as evidence in a trial against her.
Imagine if there were consequences and this was a real crime. How easy it is to get someone to confess to something without even punching them or waterboarding them, just being nice and telling them that it's in their best interest.
Yeah, it's messed up, actually.
Isn't it?
It's really crazy, because there's a lot of people in prison for crimes they didn't do.
The Innocence Project, an organization dedicated to uncovering miscarriages of justice, estimates that 20,000 people are currently falsely imprisoned in the US. The number one cause is faulty eyewitness testimony, and the number two cause? False confession. Current interrogation techniques are unreliable. They can fail to produce truthful information from suspects who are good at lying. And perhaps worse, they can manipulate innocent suspects to confess to crimes they've never committed. But neuroscientists may have discovered a method for extracting the truth that's impervious to good liars and bad interrogators. Dr. Peter Rosenfeld and his team at Northwestern University, including PhD candidate Ann Ward, have developed a high-tech method for lie detection.
But you guys brought with you today a P300-based concealed information test. How does that work, and how is it different than a polygraph or traditional verbal-only interrogation techniques?
Well, we're looking at physiological responses of the brain in response to information that's presented. And if the information is meaningful, like the murder weapon that a guilty person used, he will recognize it, and there's a brain signature to it. And so the machine that we brought with us is basically an EEG machine.
So the way my brain, your brain, all of our brains respond to things that are meaningful that we recognize is different than the way it responds to novel, meaningless things.
Right.
Has this been used in a court? Has it been used by a prosecution?
Not in court. There are some Fifth Amendment issues as far as betraying yourself based on your brainwaves, but you could use it for witnesses, or you could use it within companies that are already using polygraph methods.
Okay, well, I'm excited to see this in action. I'm gonna step out. You guys are gonna prepare the first test.
Okay.
Excellent. All right, see you soon. Okay, we're ready for the test. Thank you for joining me. Hannah from Vsauce, Ren from Corridor Digital. So one of us today is going to be a thief.
Per Dr. Rosenfeld's instructions, we randomly determined who would be the thief by seeing whoever drew the green chip.
3, 2, 1. Hannah's the thief.
Oh my God, I knew it.
So Hannah,
Okay.
go on in, look at the item.
In this real-world scenario designed by Dr. Rosenfeld, the designated thief actually takes the item, handles it, and gets a good look at it. This activity causes the item to register in their mind, so they can't help but recognize it later. The other subjects are also required to enter the room and sign in to prove that they were there, but they never get a look at the stolen item. And of course, Dr. Rosenfeld and Anne have no idea who the thief is. Then, each of us is tested.
Go ahead and take a seat here, and we'll get you all set up. Basically, I'm just gonna put a couple electrodes behind your ears and a couple on your face, and then the EEG cap on your head. What you're gonna do is you're gonna use these two mice in front of you to respond to the images that you see on the screen. So you'll see an image, a string of numbers, an image, a string of numbers. Anytime you see an image, no matter what it is, you're gonna press this button. All right, are you ready?
The images we were shown contained a variety of jewelry items, including the stolen one. Of course, Ren and I hadn't seen any of them before. Hannah didn't consciously react to any of them, but would her brainwaves reveal the one item she recognized? It was time for the results.
So here we are. Have you reached a conclusion?
Well, based on what we know, and we know that the stolen item was a watch, and so we looked at the brainwaves in response to the watch in comparison to the brainwaves in response to other things, and we have two average brainwaves or event-related potentials in each frame. The black one is the average brainwave response to the watch. The red trace there is the response to the other stimuli, all averaged together. We look for the peak-to-peak difference, the peak down here versus the highest peak following this peak, and we measure that, and it's rather obvious that the biggest response we found was Hannah's.
Wow.
An interesting thing, Michael, is that you had a special response to the watch in comparison to the other items that would suggest that there's something special about that stimulus, the watch, that is meaningful to you, is it?
I collect watches. I have
Really?
about 40 or 50 of them, but Hannah might not have that kind of excuse.
I don't have that many watches. And out of the three of you, she definitely has the biggest response.
So off to jail.
The P300 concealed information test correctly identified which one of us was a thief. But in this next test, I will be the only suspect, and they will know that I've stolen something. But the question will be, what did I steal? Inside this room are 7 boxes, and inside those boxes are 7 different items
that I've never seen. My task is to open only one box at random and steal that item.
All right, we've got a camouflage hat. And that's not all. During this next test, I will be implementing countermeasures to try to outsmart the test. I will think a very strong thought every time something comes up that's irrelevant. Will that enable me to create brainwaves powerful and dramatic enough to not be distinguishable from my response to the actual item I'm trying to conceal? Anne.
Hello, welcome back.
I committed a crime. Wish me luck, because this time there will be punishments, like in the real world, where getting caught in a lie can have consequences.
And my friend, Adam Savage, was happy to advise me on my punishment.
Adam.
Michael.
I am going to be taking an EEG lie detection test.
Okay.
if I lose, there need to be stakes, okay?
Yeah.
Naturally, I thought of Chinese water torture, which, as you know from personal experience, is when someone is restrained while water is dripped on their forehead. And then right after that, I thought, I know just the guy to talk to about this.
Okay.
Because I want it to be actually something that I'm fearing and dreading.
So, yeah, we did an episode on Chinese water torture on Mythbusters. And the creepiest thing that happened after we did this episode was that I got an email from someone from a throwaway account. He said, we found that randomizing when the drops occurred was incredibly effective. That anything that happens on a regular periodicity can become a type of meditation, and you can then tune it out. If you couldn't predict it, he said, we found we were able to induce a psychotic break within 20 hours.
It sounds like the stakes that I want.
All right.
Thanks.
You're welcome, sir.
So now, under the threat of Chinese water torture, I was extra motivated to beat the lie detector.
All right, that is it.
I was trying to think about all kinds of frightening scenarios. I was trying to tense up, make sure I was really uncomfortable the way I was sitting.
Well, for most tests, that would work. But we will take a look at this data and see
Yes, we
what
will.
it shows.
Wow, okay. I don't think they're going to be able to figure out what item I stole. I really kept my mind active. I was going crazy with countermeasures. I was sitting uncomfortably. I was thinking about all kinds of really crazy things. I was thinking about, like, what if I have diarrhea right now? How would that feel? And how do I hold it back? And maybe I do have diarrhea. All these things that were sort of physical in nature as well. I thought a lot about death and dying and being dismembered. And if they can get it right, I would probably blame witchcraft as well as science.
Smallest. I would say that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
We're ready to give him our best guess.
Hello.
Hi.
You guys ready?
Yep.
Let me ask you this, first of all. How confident do you feel?
Pretty confident.
What did I take?
Camo hat.
Camo hat.
Camo hat.
Yeah.
That's impressive. Did you see any evidence of countermeasures being used?
Not something I would swear to.
Even while I was doing the test, I thought, you know what? I'm reacting too quickly to the actual item. I should also treat it as though it's irrelevant. I should treat them all the same.
If you are consistently reacting to all of the irrelevance with their specific countermeasure responses that you formed in your mind, they should produce bigger P300s also, but the biggest will still be produced by the camo hat, even if you're countering it also.
And that means I now have to be punished.
Science is improving in its ability to read people's minds, and that raises some difficult ethical dilemmas. We would have nothing to fear from perfect lie detectors if the people using them had perfect morals. So the prospect of a scientifically rigorous method of extracting information, while exciting, is also terrifying. As we continue to probe interrogation methods scientifically, we have to also continue to probe them ethically. You know, Chinese water torture isn't even Chinese. Its earliest description comes from Italy in the 15th century, and the Chinese name was added later to make it sound more mysterious. Oh man, these irregular drops are supposed to drive you slowly insane. You know, I think this is a lot less about getting information and more about punishment. And, as always, thanks for watching. Oh, hello. Technology isn't just changing our lives, it's changing our brains. Not just how they think, but how they look. It's been shown that playing certain video games for hours can improve your memory for details,